What's up? How you all doing? We're resuming from Friday night. I started getting real tired after the first thing. I was like, I don't know if I could keep going. So here we are now. What Miss Terraneo saw. I swear I'd tell you the whole truth, but as a professional flight attendant, unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with a fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. So if you please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. That's it? That's your evidence? I don't think I could ask you for one more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. Not really. It's hardly perfect when you're grasping a hole in it. Or gaping, not grasping. Alright, one thing I forgot to do. Hold on. Boop. What the heck was that noise? Okay. I did not update the titles. I apologize. Oopsie. Oops. 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 Oopsies. Chat. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, miss. This is a wallet, so. I saw you in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon. Present. Bloody wallet. Miss Terraneo. What's up with all that yelling all of a sudden? Force it. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Terraneo. That's not really it. That's a little off. You say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes, all that blood, drip, drip, drip. Just recalling the scene sent chills down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks too big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I was discovered was the dead body in the elevator. It was this very travel wallet in this Tenerido. Or tenant, I don't know. Now then, do you think you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? But, no. But I saw dripping blood from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. Would you be so kind to take a whiff? I think you agree, it's only grape juice. Ah, then... That's right. You mistook the grape juice for blood. The murder weapon is dripping with blood. It does not, in fact, exist. No! There, that should clear things up. That pesky accusation. Wait, just a second. That is... I mean, that wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling. And she tracked. And tactile, please, at the end. It sounds like I've got her. There's no need to take a look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance, it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet myself. She's the persistent one. I suppose I have no choice but to let her see what's inside. Miss Taraneo, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check the contents for me. Alright, I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but I have no choice here. No? Okay. Grape juice stains on the outer cover. True, I was the one who dropped the juice. Dropped it in the juice. However, I didn't do it with ill intentions. Okay, I want to open it. To go to the back. No? Why don't let me open it? Come on. Oh, I gotta be in a specific position. What is this? Why won't let me open it? What is going on? Can I? No. There it goes. I don't know why. It seems that the passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet as a murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Miss Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is just as I thought. What's type P? Person? I don't know. This traveler belongs to Mr. Acme Hicks. Which makes this the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Face. Uh. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. You. As you claim, the murder weapon is not a travel wallet. It's not the travel wallet. However, it is something that you stole from Mr. Hicks after you've done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? Do they have cameras? I don't know if planes have cameras, but I never flew ever in my life. Not once, so I wouldn't know. So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Hello. Is that a raccoon? Oh, crap. She's really making a fool of herself, pursuing this line of logic. I should spare her the present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. I didn't mean to actually move off of that, but it happened. Alright, present this now. Objection! There we go. I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Teradeo. What is it now? Never got a fan before in a live stream? I don't know. Probably not. Miss Teradeo. I wonder if you noticed the contradiction with your own testimony. What are you talking about? It is simply impossible that the motive of this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. Yeah, all his money's on the floor. What about the scene that would prove the motive for the murder was not money? What about all the money on the floor? Take that! It might direct your attention to things strewn all over the floor. Ah! That's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. Ah! I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with the killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattered everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there is no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet.
Objection!
Yes, the wallet. You will recall the only thing that was in it was Mr. Hicks' passport. Ah. Or I don't know, maybe I should have been a louder yell, but I'm not gonna scream. That's not gonna happen. If you're really insinuating that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming that all is for an empty travel wallet. I forgive me, please. Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the tenant's wrong? Yes. So the guy isn't the killer? Duh. Huh, I don't believe it. Everyone, it's a trick. Nah. Will you please be quiet? Miss Terraneo. Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus the lounge was dark and looking for the light from the elevator. It's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. So take no offense, you thought that I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. That guy's paved. What is this now? Miss Terraneo, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... What's the kind of voice should I do? I'm not sure. I said that he's because this sounds like kind of like royalty here. I don't know. I said that he's giving the runabout. I don't know, I don't really have a... I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under arrest until we arrive at the airport. Is he petting a statue? I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? Oh, is somebody else talking? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you. Or no, this is the guy. Never mind. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You, how dare you waste my time? You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wouldn't even spend one last more second with my precious heart. Look, we can already tell you Edgeworth doesn't want any of this crap that you have. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolent, yes. That's so pretty sure that how you say it in English. Well, I heard we should not momentarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what he meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I'm Zink the Part 2. Or the second, whatever. I'm a very wealthy man in the Virginia. But I'm not the ordinary rich man. I'm an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? You said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout. I have to explain. Unbelievable. I'll say it once and only once. I do not even have a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. Yes, and yet you continue to blather on. I saw it, yes I did. I saw the victim go to the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly 6 o'clock. And what is the significance of what is the significance of the time? He says 6. At 6 he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? It was a little after the patch of turbulence, so it was, I say, around 6:15. Ah. Hicks was his name, was it? Did I say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span? And the other person in the lounge at the time was this prosecutor, yes? How'd you know he was a prosecutor? Yeah, I was in my seat this whole time. Me too. I was watching a movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. Why couldn't they change it to wine? Whatever. I was still eating and still haven't finished, see? That's a giant steak. That is a giant steak. I've never seen a steak that big. The passengers have an alibi, so I have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say. But do you have what is you say the evidence? Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit at all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw, and enough to give testimony. Of course. I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little small machine this whole time. Machine? Yes, it's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, 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 click. From the description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Miss Girlbonk's is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say, I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone, a laptop, or an organizer. I can see that's kind of a low budget. I hate that little noisy machine in his hand. You're making yourself look very guilty right now. You quit with the... Not the fragment of beauty. It's all produce is ugly as sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. Mr. Aneo,
Yes.
I was wondering if you might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. I don't like the sound of that. Fox in a duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English. It's a fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence will prove earlier. And I'm given the chance I can clear up the remaining doubts. Miss Taraneo, if you would wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then.
I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
Ha! This should not be approved.
Please, Mr. LeBlanc. In an emergency, all decisions are to be made up by the captain alone. Now, please wait while we go ask the captain what to do. We'll be right back.
Do I go or you're not planning to erase evidence you are investigating, yes? Of course not. Ha! We'll see.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable! I'm in your debt, Miss Tenerno.
However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural, as I'm still a suspect in this case.
I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. Now will you stop pointing finger guns at us? I hope this reassurance is enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to talk to me.
It's time to head to the crime scene. First floor lounge.
Does it want me to go this way? Because why did it... Oh, yeah, okay.
I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Teraneo.
It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting your permission. And just so everything's perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota.
I see. I will bear that in mind.
I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted to know, when did you know that? We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you're not making progress. When we do, he asks you to please return to your seat at that time.
So my time runs out at his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think where the killer might hide aboard?
I don't think so. After every first class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those classes and first class without a staff key card. And we found no record of a key card being used at all.
Which means I have a first class killer on my hands. At least I know that, sure. And one other thing.
No one else is allowed in the other crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Now then, let's get started. Or where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime scene occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interview, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. First, let's order of business. First order of business. We need to be gathered information to win your trust. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, he must clean it up, or someone might get hurt. You might not want to do that because look at the floor. You see the footprints? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence at this scene? Can you find it? It's right here. What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that these are a set of footprints. So you think? Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe I should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that would be any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. They did go this way, so if you could actually get the gate open. The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. I was just trying to like just examine it, not really like, let's get the heck out of here. Ooh, what is this? This is a bronze statue of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. The one on the left was in his 40s, and the other one is of him in his 80s. They look exactly the same. Did the man age over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. Come on, controller. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky of those clouds. They tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked rather a one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There is a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicion I have about you.
I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name.
Yeah, calm down. This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel.
The room is giving me a scent of woman's perfume. One would think the perfume would smell great, however, to simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door.
Perhaps you should return to the investigation. And why are you holding your arms up? Mr. Edgeworth?
Sorry, I spaced out for a second there.
Nothing down.
This toppled over chair. Yet another victim of the evidence.
Ah, no. There's grape juice staining on the back. It may look like it, but this chair was extremely valuable.
Was it?
Yes, it used to be when the Rocker Pals came to tour on this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair.
I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals?
I can't believe you never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens.
Ah, that explains it. I'm not really one of those music of the today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can really see how confusing the conversation would get. Alright, now let's finally examine the body. What floor does this elevator service?
Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key.
So only the floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny.
Alright, let's look at the money first.
Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it would be, or I guess it was all Mr. Hicks' wallet at some point. What is this sinister looking figure on the floor here?
Oh, that's a piggy bank from our company mascot, Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of the merchants we sell at the in-flight shop. This bank is limited edition, and it's so popular that we're down to our last one.
You have an in-flight shop?
Yes, remember that gate you examined that I told you couldn't go through? Well, that's where it is. Yes, it's behind the lounge, right to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight until Mr. Hicks' body was discovered.
There's blood on here. Could it been the murder weapon? Possibly.
Alright.
I wonder what's hanging off of this lanyard. Little clip part? Something is missing from this picture. Now if I could just put my finger on it.
You mean this little thing right here?
His hand. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in the elevator on this flight.
So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead?
Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when the corpse is right here. There.
Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes.
I see she's trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have apprehended or have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken.
Oh wow, you don't even notice that from the just the artwork there.
There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope he won't mind if I take a look what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere.
Is that the museum that's in Apollo? I don't know. It kind of looked like it.
This is a spot somehow connected to any evidence I hold. Eureka! Mr. Hicks' machine is nowhere to be found.
His machine?
Ahem. His cell phone, Miss Terraneo.
I guess that's because he's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it.
You know what his cell phone looked like before? All right.
Glasses and candles thrown around this array by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen such a big mess. Terribly embarrassing, but I thought I was...
Or no, oh, sorry. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. I was frankly started searching for gas valves to shut off.
I guess for the shaking of the plane was bad enough to mistaking the real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it.
Okay. Is that everything? Oh, piano. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into the CD drive.
That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box.
But its keys to press along with the music as though it was really someone playing it.
Some people have entirely too much money to waste on over-complex toys.
Okay. Nothing with the ice box or ice bucket.
No.
Okay, that's done. That's all done. That's done. All right. Oh, you know what? Are you in need of assistance? Captain's permission.
Miss Taraneo, I would like to ask you about the investigation of the lounge.
As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around.
If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation.
I will, however, you realize that you are still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you.
Of course, I take no offense.
Do you really understand what I'm saying?
Yes, verily.
Do you pinky swear, do you, on the honor of a professional prosecutor?
I pinky swear I do, on the honor of a professional prosecutor.
Well, I guess it settles that.
I feel my honor is a man slowly diminishing. Did you notice anything?
I was wondering those footprints are next to the elevator.
I'd say they're the killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they're a vital clue to solving this case.
Oh, maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Archer. Let's find them together.
A word of advice, nobody likes the credit thief, so stop stealing my lines. About the victim. I was wondering if you noticed anything about... I was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Taraneo.
Yes, I can't help it but notice, but the sad atmosphere in here.
Yes. It is rather a tragic crime.
I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talk about rubbing in the salt. I can't forgive someone who could do this who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear, a professional flight attendant, I will capture the culprit with my own hands.
And I promise, as a prosecutor, to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic of evidence.
Alright, that is done.
Alright. Finger to the head. Alright, what do we got here?
Blunt force trauma.
A statue with the blood lying on it next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out.
Yes, what is it?
The way the blood on this looks like it matches up with the wound to it on his head.
Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of Obvious title?
It's kind of mean. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Do you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection.
Perhaps the Master of the Obvious would be more befitting. Or oblivious. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge after other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer is in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. Okay. I have it.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder.
What, really?
Yes, rather simple actually. The proof is in the pudding. Or rather, the grape juice in this case. The footsteps here confess to me the very fact that someone exiting the elevator alive. Seeing how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself?
But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, I can see the soles are spotless.
Which means...
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Investigation complete. What's going on over there?
There's a Hadoken in there?
Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. This is the same level of bad as if a plane arrived late.
But the movie...
What? I would not take it anymore. Take you anymore. You are just wasting my time.
What is Master LeBlanc? If there's no emergency, please return to your seat, sir.
Do not tell me what to do. I do not need to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet? If you would like to prove my innocence to you right now. What? Nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. I had finger guns. I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles in my pockets pointed to 6 and 12. And the body discovered 15 minutes after in that lounge, yes. And the only person in the lounge at the time must be the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make a logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the time of the murder was me. So by eyewitness testimony, do you think you can destroy it? Come on, let's see. Hurry. Do I look like a man who is having a time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc account somehow and fast.
What I saw. What I saw. What I saw.
Hold it! Hold it! Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at inside the elevator at the time? Of course, I saw what's inside. And are you sure the victim in the elevator was alone? Yes, the only person inside the elevator was that Mr. Hicks man. Last outburst was a bit too important to let go. We think... Oops, I left that on. We think there is somebody else in the...
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc,
What is it?
there's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Let's take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There's spilled grape juice.
Yes, and?
I mean, it's also... you also spilled it with the blood. No, it's spilled during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is a set of grape juice footprints. Hello. Footprints? Yes, ones that lead from within the elevator out of the lounge itself. It's the evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell me the truth? Tell us the truth. A power in a sheep, something, Hadoken, duck, jump, kick. Can you please translate for us? No way, it's totally impossible. I guess what he said. No, that's totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose he's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more. Will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my own eyes, and when I saw he passed me, I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. I swear there was no one inside. No one. You're constantly watching the clock. The clock's going to go slower, so why would you do that to yourself? Mr. LeBlanc, if you please calm down.
What, I dare you?
To have issues with my eyewitness testimony. No, not at all. Please, forget what I said, anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. All right.
Since you only happen to see him, is it possible that you've missed something in that glance? Even if it only happened, I did not miss a thing. How can you be sure? Just because. I would appreciate if you didn't make any life so lightly simple as just because. Well, I was only making a joke. I saw Mr. Hicks, all right. Okay, what did you see in there? Is it possible that someone was hiding inside? What? How dare you insult me? I believe in my eyesight. When I look at art to sell, I told often I have great sight for the arts. I think the phrase you were looking for was great sense, although that's debatable. But isn't it possible someone was just outside of your line of sight? You are persistent, I tell you. I looked clearly.
Hold it!
Why do you insist that you're absolutely not mistaken? Because when I say that, and I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Mr. LeBlanc, if I may, I think beyond misconceptions and mistakes lies the truth. Funny that suspiciously mirrors something I told her a little while ago. Mr. LeBlanc doesn't seem to be lying. I may need to draw up more information of him before I can see anything inconsistent.
Hold it!
So you're still upset now? I'm always upset. The only time I'm not is when I'm having a piece of art in my hands. Go pick something up. It's surprising easy to believe that about him. But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me.
Hold it!
Why are you so attentive to the time? Because something is unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a compliment to the attendant about the movie of starting time. Run back to me my time in money. You understand the point. Movie? Was he talking about the in-flight that is mentioned in the magazine? The summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh and Maim, and Murder. Why would you? Oh God. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it in international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. Even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. I matched it to the schedule. But the movie was still late, very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to see ask you a little bit more about it, if that's all right. Alright, let's present this.
Objection!
Ah, yes. From the old word contradicts. Thus. Oh, you are correct. But does not have anything to do with our present situation. The word compromise plots against and speak. I dare you say I don't deal such double talk. My art of dealing is are clean. It's all well and good. However, this piece of evidence, there's no value in that. I'm not interested in buying that from you. Ugh. There's plenty of value in it, even if it's just superficially. Huh, so I messed that up. I thought it was... Hold on. Can I just look at it without getting in trouble? Controller, will you please work with me? Or where's the movie? Stuff. License to Love, name, and journey, chargeable action, 120. I think it's this one. How does this something to do with time?
Objection!
There we go. I was on the wrong statement. Mr. LeBlanc, you said just now your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. Now, if your watch has been set to the destination time zone, then it means your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth 6 cents. It's 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe in Sky magazine, clocks on this flight is in accordance to the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie's schedule is also created with that in mind. Miss Taraneo, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight assigned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at the transfer point. That's right. There was a small Asian country in the Republic of Zangfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we are still running on the Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borgina and ours destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural for your watch to be out of sync with the schedule. What? Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it will we'll be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight onboard's clock. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In line of information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior to 3 a.m. $1,000,000 cents! This should clear up all the remaining accusations. So basically, this winds our time frame of death, right? Yes, because of Mr. LeBlanc. Saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m., which means the time of death would be anywhere between 3 and 6:15. Which question is now, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time? What was he doing?
I've got something to say.
And you are?
Yeah, oh. I'm Cammy Melee.
Okay.
I'm a flight attendant. Did you guys steal that from Street Fighter? Probably did. Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. Because if anyone doesn't know, Miles Edgeworth appeared in my rival schools, technically. In the first game on the PlayStation 1, if you beat Roy's arcade mode, there's a picture of what looks exactly like Edgeworth, but it's, I guess, supposed to be Roy, but with blonde hair. And I'm guessing the artist reused the artwork for Miles. Assume, I guess. I don't know. Not exactly sure how it went down, but... What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting at his seat at 5 a.m., you know.
What? How can you be sure of the time?
Oh, that's right. He pushed the call button while we were parked at the transfer point. The stop. That's Edgeworth.
The stop we made refueling the cargo transfer in Zhangfa, huh?
Yes, it was 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks.
During that time, did any of the passengers leave or did any new ones aboard this flight?
No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhangfa.
About the flight crew?
The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have completely temporarily got off or on. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back onto the plane.
So basically, I guess no one left or got on since the initial takeoff. Interesting. Interesting. I should keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I answered his call. I could tell you that Mr. Akbe Hicks was there in his seat when he took off. When we took off again at 5 a.m.
Alright then, that puts at the time of murder between 5 and 6:15. Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhangfa. God! You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then the only one who could be the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were really here in the lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. and onwards?
Unfortunately, yes.
But then how do you explain the footprints?
It's not that obvious. The man waited for Mr. Hicks here in the lounge, waited to kill him, and then put his corpse in the elevator. That's when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what the time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded that this was in the lounge. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe in, Mr. LeBlanc? What, do you have another idea? I simply feel that something is out of place in the scenario as you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than the lounge?
How about my attorney's badge?
Like, I knew it was you. Wait,
What would be this? But
Take that!
the murder weapon, this little piggy bank, sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and is only there and is not displayed here in this lounge. Now then, did I find it in its way here? Did you find that tiny bit suspicious? Such a trivial point. This only means to pretend that you're taking it from the shop is the first before coming here. It doesn't prove that you're innocent at all. Nah. There's no way to win with this man. If I may.
what is it?
You see, well, it's just Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh, and you know this as well.
Well, it's just that the piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes.
And what was this?
It was maybe around 5:40?
Isn't that just before we hit the patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop before the turbulence?
Yes it was.
Come to think of it. When Miss Terraneo found the body, I believe you came from that door.
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor?
Yes. I had something to do in the shop in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then the flight attendant's room.
And you're saying you passed by me at some point?
Yes, you seemed really into a issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by.
I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't notice who it was.
Anyway, the piggy bank was the defendant's there at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about that until now? This is what I wanted to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there?
Shall we head? That's the girl. Shall we head over there, Nan?
What is it now?
Are you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. Huh? That's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see, and he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all.
Why are you a thorn in our side? What is the meaning of this, Miss Terraneo?
It means she's lying. Go on, admit it, you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet, here you are.
You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
The captain is calling you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Miss Taraneo, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Let's go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, we'll begin. I'll be your guide from now on.
There's something about this Miss Taraneo that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, the investigation of the in-flight shop is my top priority.
We're gonna put that where it won't get in the way.
Miss Sleepy? Miss Melee, about the investigation of the in-flight shop. It's no use. You're no use to me, Sleep. Wake up.
Yawn, huh? What's up?
I need to come with me so you search the shop.
Go ahead without me. Yawn. I'll catch up with you later.
How is this woman being fired yet?
Hey man, taking a nap is pretty nice.
Oh, I'm really mad. You had better hurry and bring me some evidence. If you could wait just a little longer while we look into the shop. Don't number the birds before they're born. Don't number the what? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps. All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation. She followed me. It's quite a mess in here.
You think?
Guess I'll have to clean up things then. Tee-hee.
Oh no, sir. Oh.
Hold on, you can clean up a potential crime scene.
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. It was left at the crime scene. There was a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit.
Well, it's most likely where that glass is broken. Is he a bear, raccoon, or what? What the heck? Maybe this will clear it up. Or, there we go.
Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Melee is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains that they're displayed so haphazardly.
How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed.
Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass from this display case door is shattered all over the floor. It looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, there is something. What is this? A mini captain's hat?
So the glass is broken on the outside, so they probably opened it up and then broke it, maybe?
There are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're all lined up in such a manner as to scream, "Buy me," to any passenger. What are these?
Oh, there are companies' completely original line suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try and then buy.
No way. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
True, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've already boarded the plane?
Anyway, see that? It's just Captain Ugo's head printed on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he?
You can barely see it.
They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
It's certainly making something jump inside my stomach.
Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling the refined taste. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale. Well, you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
But I never showed any interest to begin with.
Hee, it's really horrible, isn't it? You wanted to know something. This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda.
Miss Taraneo designed this?
Yeah, it was a company-wide contest.
Well, that does have very sharp design sense.
Haha, sharp like a stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. So, bleh.
Miss Taraneo designed this, did she? Definitely not what I would have expected.
You okay?
I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Melee. Letting a suitcase really roll around has got to be a safety violation. Here, I'll put it back. Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests are for sale.
We sell a lot of those to some kind of accident or something. But some people must buy them even if they got one. How about it, Miss Edgeworth? Care to buy one?
I sense a shot is one shot away from beginning to be sued.
Guys, I will be right back. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Please get up, stand, stretch, get some popcorn or anything to enjoy the rest of this episode. So, be right back. Hopefully I won't be long, like maybe 5 minutes. Be right back.
All right, I'm back. I'm back.
Alright, what else I have not done yet?
There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases.
You know what I suggest?
Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip.
Okay, how about you buy something for me then, as a present?
I can't think of a single reason why I would want to buy you anything.
But I have had my eye on that pendant for such a long time.
Try paying some attention when I ask you something, and then we'll talk.
That's done. I can talk to her as well. They're all done. Do these roses count?
Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel clean just by looking at them, or cleansed.
Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know much about the shop, but can you still ask me about whatever?
Notice anything?
So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case? Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in the shop to prove the opposite, and you just fell asleep.
Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around, you know? So don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep?
Well, you know, what really showed me your thanks. You seen that item on sale over there?
Sorry, you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation.
So what is that? Are you going to give it to me? Oh, but you're not supposed to accept any presents. Unless they're really worth something. That was your testament. You goofball. I guess we're done here.
Can I do any logic puzzles?
Why does this one don't have the little thingies?
I can't leave. Oh boy.
Yeah, it looks a lot like the museum in Apollo Justice. Which footage was probably just taken from this game. If this one came out before the Apollo, I don't remember. You don't have anything else. Miss Rhoda said this piggy bank was in the shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious? I don't think I could say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she is lying about anything back there. Are you sure about that? I don't know. Like I said earlier, I was the one answering people's calls while we were fueling in Zhangfa. And Mr. Hicks was in his seat at the time. What time was it again? He called around 5 a.m. You were at your seat around then too, you know. I do recall people calling for service around that time. Even if it turns out to be a waste of time, I must stand firm. I just know that there's a vital clue or two waiting for me at this shop. I guess we do that too. So is that you're gonna give it to? No, that's her. I don't have anything to say about this. Yep, again. So just skip it. So you already went through it once. Oh, no, going through it. Yep, skipping. Skipping. Yep, skipping. Why not? Oh, I love to have this piece of jewelry. Can I have it? No, you may not. This is a prosecutor's badge. Really? Then why did you show it to me? I wanted to prove that you really am a prosecutor. And that you're not, and it's not possible for a prosecutor like me to commit such a crime. Fell right asleep. I see that I'm just wasting my time with cousin Hare here. Oh no! Did you make an Addams Family reference? Oh man. Oh wow, she's still knocked out. Alright, we'll just... Oh, no, she's not. That'd be funny if she came out like that too. That'd have been funny. What am I missing here? There's nothing new on these. I'm guessing it's the logic puzzles, but I don't know. Must be logic puzzles. Can I do anything with him? His captain's hat. Well, anyway, I think the hat goes on the little dude, so let's do that.
The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give this a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does it mean that the killer broke the glass to get it?
Well, the glass is on the outside, so it would have probably came maybe through with the turbulence, maybe. But I don't know. Really?
Don't tell me you don't know what things were in here. In the shop.
Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on. How should I know anything?
I sense further inspection of display cases needed. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious looking cranny. This spot is somehow connected to any evidence that I hold. Eureka! There is definitely something very unusual about this.
About what?
If the killer had broken the glass, the Captain Hugo Bank, there should be some shards of glass inside the case itself.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that.
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case.
Nope, there isn't.
Which means the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence right through the glass.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor.
I'm willing to bet that the hat was knocked off the head at the time, too.
That's nice.
Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain's Ugo Bank from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Mayday. And listen to when I'm talking.
Why?
But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out of the murder weapon.
So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake?
Yes, at this point there's very real possibility.
But what if the killer went off to take Captain Hugo? They broke this glass by accident.
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one other person who could have.
Oh, and who would that be?
Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhoda Taradeo, huh?
I might as well examine it.
There's not a single piece of glass inside this display case, which means the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence right through the glass, which leads me to believe that the killer took Captain Ugo from here after the turbulence. But that would also mean the piggy bank could have not been the murder weapon. This is the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator.
Yeah, that's a paperweight. The founder of the Go-U Airlines, Mr. Ugo Hughes. The bottom shelf has a cute one in the middle of the shelf. Is the realistic one. And the top shelf, that's the floral version.
Floral? Are you sure about that?
Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right?
It looks like I hit a bullseye.
That's a little mean, though.
The Go-U Airlines related books line the shelf.
The history of Go-U Airlines, the future of Go-U Airlines, and the 7 wonders of Go-U.
Fight on. Go-U Airlines. Working name, Go-U Airlines. You go you.
The title makes it very clear that you won't be making top sellers list anytime soon.
Suitcases designed by Miss Terraneo. That's one sharp design.
Oh, I can't actually look at him. Alright, I'm locked in jail. Alright. Oh, did I see one that wasn't clicked? Controller, please. I saw one that wasn't. I guess it was the window. No? Damn. Well, alright. Do I have any new ones? Alright, totally it's the suitcase, right?
Yes, there's definitely something wrong here.
What's this sudden yelling?
Tell me, Miss Melee, do you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Oh, well, they're totally ooze strange, like color and such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. Ahem. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator.
Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Melee. If you don't mind the usual that these cases are only things undisturbed by the turbulence. Never mind. I'd sooner find out something inspecting these suitcases myself. On closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. Damn.
I wonder if Miss Rhonda would have reacted if she heard you say what you just said.
What's wrong?
Or what's wrong?
She makes a good point. It would be wise for me not to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I spotted something. That's not quite right. What's so unusual about this suitcase?
Would it be this right here?
Stop that.
Take that!
There's something peculiar about these wheels.
Huh?
As in, there are no stoppers in place of these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying.
And
So it's very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? The room here is unlocked. Let's take a look what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood.
it's blood.
It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied with a murderer after all.
Investigation complete. So, explain this to me. What does the suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps.
Are you just talking about the cloth then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing that I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... Might be the dude, right?
Take that!
Something that would fit inside this suitcase is also covered in blood. Sounds like the dead body, doesn't it?
But
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murderer committed in an entirely different location.
so you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator,
The killer brought this suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it?
nothing. Just that I was thinking about Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. And he says he would appreciate if you would wrap it up here and return to your seat.
I understand his sentiments, however, I am not allowed to complete my investigation. The crime scene has been contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist to be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist in any way I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together.
I found proof. The real crime scene is not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove to be innocent from any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding that Miss Bailey reminded me about Miss Terraneo, I can't allow my investigation to end. Yeah, the truth must come out to light.
To be continued, our first save for this episode. Oh shit, the director. What is he doing here?
I know that once we've landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Terraneo and Miss Melee, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Terraneo in private. And so I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation.
I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I'm needed. And whenever the criminals to be caught.
Her name is Franziska von Karma. We only played the second game already, but you should already know this. But we're gonna tell you anyway. The daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma, she, myself, is a prosecutor.
Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't try to fathom me, Miles Edgeworth. I am placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating actually. I'd hope to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait, it's been all big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding. I heard all about the murder with this radio from the captain myself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. But I could put a arrest on hold until then. As it should be. Ha! I don't need to lecture how to perform my duties from all you people. To be perfect in every way, fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed in which I must fulfill, so don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I have no intention to. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sure. Too slow. Ow! Listen up, I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth? I'm supposed to guard him? He totally kicks ass. Have you ever seen him do? A simple yes or no, detective. Back, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Francisca. Miles Edgeworth. If you don't interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit it, but I'm curious as to what Francisca is up to. Maybe I should ask for a good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. First, I need to talk to this guy over here. This child seems to be happy enjoying the sight of so many planes. Wow, I would have to run down that runway. Oh, the youth today. Such potential yet misguided. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Oh, nom 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 nom. Soviet Russia. World flag, Lunchburg, eat you. Found it, lol. Oh, I feel the wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols. For my next Leap movie, it's going to be the Steel Samurai Warrior Neo Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's going to rock swords, many boxers. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. This man was in first class for me. He's quite shaken up by the whole affair. Quiver, I did it. I made the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. He must have been pretty scared. He's repenting for the same thing over and over again to himself. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess I've gotten big enough to warrant its own brand of shops. Which would I go with? I recommend the Airport Special World Flags lunchboxes. Only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different country flags. I wonder if they're aiming for the Lunchland to take the international market. Alright, hey pal, can you talk to me finally, pal? I've been waiting here patiently for you. So what's up? So how's the initial investigation going on? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. She's always good at quick responses to a case. I like this. I'd say she was a little quick, too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed over here as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy. As though she knew there had been a murder or something. And I had to come in advance to wait for your flight's arrival.
That's sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I don't know why she's here and back. There must be some backstory for all this.
Miss Von Karma just popped up out of the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident.
No details.
It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it. Even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt any top secret halt was stopped by her talking to you, detective. Although I wonder if our case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, let's talk about the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate.
Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with the people involved in this case, her fresh. This man was in first class with me. He's quite shaken up by the whole affair.
I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession.
How could you just take it from the plane?
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not going to do anything with the murder, at least.
Lunchland. Not bad. I guess I've gotten big enough to warrant its own brand of shops.
Oh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. Which should I go with? I recommend our airline special report, World Flags Locks Punches. Only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different country flags. If you really like one that badly, detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright. I'm really gonna get one here. I do. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please.
I hope he's aware that this is the most expensive one off the menu. Looking for behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before.
In Soviet Russia, lunch bags, boxers eat too. I don't remember the voice I gave this guy. Mr. Edgeworth, we've got to get him some water. Found it, lol. Oh, I feel the wave of the creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols. For my next Leap movie, I'm going to be the Steel Samurai, warrior of Tokyo. Versus the World Samurai, champion of Earth. It's going to rock sewers, many block sewers. Ooh, good thing it was a false alarm, alright, Mr. Edgeworth?
So the Steel Samurai's finally getting a movie.
Completely ignoring me as usual, whimper. Oh, this is it. I'm gonna skip this because it's pretty much the same thing as I'm all excited to see many planes too. Just look at the size of those things. Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh? It seems that this child derives from the pleasure from a different aspect. Oh, but I've also have a thing for the shape of the wings, too. Here, mister. You can stand next to me. So about that plane's wing. Alright. What the view of the planes preparing to take off. I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas. Have you never been to another country before, detective? Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual someday. A penny a day is going to be precious. At any rate, he won't be making any trips until after retirement. Alright, I talked to all these. There ain't nothing that way, so let's try to go back on the plane. So you must be the captain. Why, yes, I am. And who you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor, Francisca von Karma. I already have a few questions for you. Uh-oh. Don't you dare. Oh, that's a girl. Oh, don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet my money on our dear captain being so much of a incredible person. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He wasn't in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he had anything to know, anything of use. Anyway, I would leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip. Ah! Edgeworth a sucker, Now see here. Ah! Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? Is it possible for me to be a criminal, I told you? Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop me from going. Time is money. I don't have even one wasteful time to spend. Alright, let's talk to him now. Did you finish taking his statement yet? Yep. All done, sir. Are you not concerned if you're not done examining the cargo hold? I want my cargo back. If you make one single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk in costumes to stone statues, I saw all kinds of art.
Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. Rock's hat. It looks like kind of a piece of cloth.
Sorry, you can't go in there. I am Miles Edgeworth. I am one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through. I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, I understand that, but... I also have explicit instructions to not let you through from Miss Von Karma.
Why would you do this to me, Francisca?
I want to see something real quick. Yeah, sure. So this is after the second game. Or during the second game. I don't know. The beginning made it seem like it was before the second game. Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir. Plus the body has been sent off to the medical examiners for autopsy. Well, anyway. Mr. Zinklebach. Mr. LeBach, he's an art dealer, correct? I guess so. As per procedure, we patted him down, just like everyone else. But while we were checking him, he started making a fuss how we're robbing him. What do you mean? He got mad, kept saying that Virginian clothes lose their value when they get all dirty. If that's the case, then why wear a ridiculous outfit in the first place? That's what I thought. I mean, I was a little dirt in the course of a good investigation. A little dirt on the clothes is one thing, but even if you must have your standards, I hope. Oh, I was trying to do the other one. Anything of interest, detective? If you say don't know quite everything about the situation yet. So I must be telling myself I should go ask something about the stuff I don't know. I mean, just because if you don't, it doesn't mean someone else might not know it, right? Maybe it was just my imagination for a second, but I think I actually understood his logic. Oh man, there's... Oh, what was that on? Oh man, there's a pretty lady in that plane over there. Ah, she's looking over here. Quick, sir, wave at her with me, please. I refuse to be your wingman on this. Oh, crap. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine on this magazine rack. This much special. Oh, it looks like it's an English trivia quiz. Oh, I've got one. What starts with I and means badly rude and disrespectful?
The answer is most definitely insolent.
Time's up. Sorry, sir, but the correct answer is insolvent.
Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English ability is the same as him. The man in the seat was constantly drinking something. You know, right before a payday, I do nothing but drink the soup from my instant noodles.
You know, right before payday, I do nothing but drink the soup from my instant noodles.
That much sodium can't be healthy. You might want to go in for a checkup.
Oh. Did you really think I was serious, Mr. Edgeworth? Wow, I'm sorry, sir. I never make another joke like that again. Hey, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you have too many red knights on this chessboard?
It's just your imagination.
And it looks like that blue pawn is being completely surrounded by the red knights.
Now you're really seeing things.
Sir, I don't think I'm supposed to have lots of the same pieces of like in checkers.
I know that, detective. What do you take me for?
You're gonna let me talk? What is this?
What is it, detective? Did you find an important piece of evidence?
A giant parfait on the board, on top of bread, and a steak. Paint me jealous, sir. It's a feast.
Maybe I should let him have the giant parfait so that we can move on.
That is a huge sundae. Like, what are you going to do with that? I don't think you'd be able to finish that.
The man in the seat was the one who you just saw in the airport lobby, hyperventilating. And if he's too scared to fly, why take an airplane to begin with?
Probably because it's faster, whatever way he's going. Yeah, if he's that scared, he should have caught the ferry or a cruise ship or something. By the way, you were okay with the turbulence, Mr. Edgeworth?
Ah yes, it was nothing. I couldn't handle.
I should have figured, right? As if you would get on the plane, you were scared of them.
Indeed. This was the victim's seat. His jacket's just lying there. And spilled the leftover. Jacket's just lying there. He spilled leftover coffee, still sitting there. I don't suppose that anyone ever expected to die.
I sure did.
Franziska, I would like to ask you about the investigation. Miles Edgeworth, I can't let you... Can't you see that I'm in the middle of taking his statement? The man is only the captain in title. I'm going to teach him how to do his job properly.
Ow! Okay, from now on, I'll keep the focus on me, take away my responsibilities. He's really trembling there. If it makes him take his job seriously, it's not such a bad thing, is it? Why are you looking at me when you say that, sir? If you're talking to him, why is he facing the other way? What did I ever do to deserve this? More than this job. Truly love my sweet captain. Might I suggest you would not say that for the moment in front of this Karma. If I may, a word with you, Miss Melee. No, you may not have a word with me. I don't want to talk to any other man except for the captain right now. Me too, Cammy. I'll never take another This definitely looks like a job for Francisca. Alright, they're all done. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, this urn's got a seatbelt strapped tightly around it. It must be of great value to Mr. LeBlanc then. Yeah, I guess you don't want to churn your urn. You don't want to churn your urn. Churn your urn. And then always be the best to buckle up. Obviously. But did that have anything to do with the case detective? Nobody gets my jokes. Mr. Edgeworth, is that a super expensive looking feast of Jurassic proportions? It's just the food they served in first class. Wow, I'm so jealous, sir. I want to ride first class sometime. Right, when pigs fly, I own a private jet. I don't have any logic things to do I? Oh no, the button doesn't even do anything right now. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. I guess I'll go back outside. That's the end. Huh. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a Virginian cloth. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous. Tourists come through from all over the seas and for more. This is even the cargo we're talking about earlier. No, my cargo is... This time is many gigantic. You detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The subordinates, the stubbornness of you police. It's no good. And it's no good for the attendant to refuse to exit the attendant's room too. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Terraneo. Rhoda Terraneo. What do you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She's taken an attendance room for her interview. And they still have not come out. They make no sign of ever coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Terraneo's interview the only thing that keeps taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you were given free reign to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to attain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I would like to speak with Miss Terraneo. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before you do, if you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking. But I can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, sure. Oh, okay, sure. She's gonna try to, like, pick me out, huh? Fix this thing on my chair. Side's hurting a little bit. The scene of the crime was here in this very lounge. The body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling from the attendants until the body was found. The only person in this lounge is... this large entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This is unmistakably makes you the likely suspect. Likeliest suspect, Francisca. Do you have a problem with that? No, but I do not like the use of such vague wording. Usually a bit more absolute. Simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I have to break her line of logic fast. Objection! It would appear that you did not have all of the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used the suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not the lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase is a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem that I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. Except when we lose to the spiky head, and then we're not. Ah, but do you know that the killer was definitely wielding the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there was proof of that? Where is this proof that the suitcase was moved around? Wouldn't it be right here with the lines? I'm gonna go with it. I see the one.
Take that!
Okay, good. Let's build grape tubes in front of the elevator. Yes, that. Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to this area. Yeah. This is where the evidence proves that the killer dragged the suitcase through here. Oh.
Take that!
Take that! This mark here. Wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels here? I suppose. Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of that suitcase. That means the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose that means the killer did move the victim's body somewhere else. I'm glad you come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. That doesn't put you in clear. Not by a long shot. Alright, here we go again. You prepared yourself for acquittal, acquired a piggy bank before the plane and hit turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge to beat him to death. Then while you were in the elevator, the victim stuffed his body into the suitcase. That plane hit a patch of turbulence and flew out from the body within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back to where you've taken it from, pretending to be discovered of the body. He was knocked out. None of that happened. None of this happened. Not bad of a bit of a logic for you on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That'll show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong you face put on, not even you can handle your feelings for me. I suppose that your flaws in your logic in one fell swoop.
Objection! The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools that who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just a fake. It's not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbines have occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder, when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase back to the shop and left it. After the killer proceeded to pick up the bag from the floor. And took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim in the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted in my personage in my pocket, to be precise. Everything was done so I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Akbe Hicks. You there? Yes, ma'am. Other than the piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in the lounge or the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been here, used were broken during the turbulence. All remaining items were tested negative for a trace of blood. I see. Well, Miss Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But is it possible? Is it possible it's just hidden somewhere else, sir? Eek. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly. What I was thinking. Because of the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase. It signals to me that the killer had not prepared for a more secure place to hide than the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still on the murderous personage or is at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility. And what would that be? That piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence. By opening that lock, the display case door. And it was at the time of the glass placed in the door was broken. I say that's perfectly line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, that means the killer had the key to the display case. Francisco, the only person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about is also committed another sin. She tricked the captain. Ooh, she trickster. And granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, the sin is of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak of her.
Yes. Very well, permission granted. But only if you can sit in our... But only if I can sit in your investigation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. But if you're welcome to accompany me if you wish. Miss Terry is in flight attendant's room. Let us move. Do I talk to you or him? Resistance logic. Way to show who's boss, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if Miss Von Karma's whip is a match for you, you give me too much credit. She simply did not have all the information. To be sure, the flights will become tougher and tougher as the investigation progresses. That's alright, Mr. Edgeworth. You got me watching your back. Ooh. I have to get up and stretch for a second. I'll make sure you keep supporting you on your way. Any way I can. Just say the word, sir. Really? Then how about standing out in front, absorbing the whiplashes for me? So you're the one poked around inside the plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual. Very unbecoming of you, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. You're here too. Can you please help us shed some light on why you did what you did? All right. Well, go on. Let's hear the troublesome attendant out. In due time, I have one thing to ask you. Yes? Do you plan on continuing that whip for the foreseeable future? Of course. I've wrangled many testimony out of people thanks to it. Yeah, probably the whole ton of yelps. Ow. And I'm willing to bet the majority of them came from you, Detective. There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash. Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, if you please. Yes, sure. Let's leave the rummaging to me. Scruffy, how dare you go through the women's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor? Eek! I'm sorry. I was just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to. Ow! Forgive me, Detective. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he's only ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Melee.
And on top of that,
I mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness.
Miss Terraneo, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you.
You were in the in-flight shop before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was.
Why were you there?
Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve.
all I did was check on the shop like I always do.
You're saying it was for work then?
Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I have any reason to go in there otherwise.
After your shop visit, you paid the visit to this room, correct?
Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell you.
Then Miss Terraneo has no other reason than duty to go in the shop. But this is all there is to it. Maybe I should ask her about that thing.
That thing. Would that be a suitcase? That'd be the suitcase because she designed it, correct?
If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Terraneo.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes. About this suitcase. You're the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase?
Yes, I was interested in seeing how well the suitcase I had designed were selling. I knew that the service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. And if I was glad to see that it was at least one there.
The last one's there. But there's definitely two. So you're saying, Miss Terraneo, the suitcase in the question was the last one?
Yes, they're so popular they're practically flying off the shelves.
That's not exactly the impression I got.
There's one in the shop, most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking into Man, hold on. Okay. Yeah.
Really? Then I guess I sold them all. Sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee you person it as a service professional.
Well, that is... How to put this? It's hideous.
Wow.
Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of the remaining.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1.
Looks like our story has generated quite a connection.
When I left the shop, I was positive there was only 1 suitcase left.
Something is amiss here. What could be remaining? What could be remaining this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Terraneo, what if one of those suitcases is doing there?
That's...
I thought you said there was only 1 left.
That one is, it's mine. I used it for a very long time now.
She used it for a very long time? Or she used it for a very long time? I think not. Miss Terraneo, I appreciate you wouldn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for 1 second you used that for a very long time.
Who was his using?
What proves it hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Terraneo says.
Because the price tag's still on it?
Take that!
Tell me, Miss Terraneo, is it your habit to keep the price tag in pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why did you lie about your suitcase? Despite having fame, her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth has become increasingly clear to me. Miss Terraneo, I think I understand. I know what you're trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in... Ooh. Probably the shop, right? So there was 3 of them. Seeing as the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume that the one out on the floor was in the shop. The person who bought the suitcase was Detective Gumshoe. Yourself.
Take that!
Was you, wasn't it, Miss Terraneo? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling. And you were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling or buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was...
I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed that my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something. But the suitcase didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? It's all because of, you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one. Every flight I worked. Oh my god, they're $1,200.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
I see, so in order to keep your resolution,
You went and bought one today as well.
yeah, 1,200. 1,200. 1,200. Every flight. So if you're doing that 7 times a week,
Jesus.
yes, and here's my receipt for the purchase.
This complete.
Receipt clear as stamp.
5:40 a.m.
The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones, and at the end of this flight,
Mr. Neo.
where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used
Could very well come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to...
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
Ah, how could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. And that's all I ever wished them to be.
Miss Terraneo, there's another way to get to the cargo hold, other than the elevator.
The only other way is through the door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed on it because I just entered this room. You need a special key card that only crew members have access to.
Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room,
Eliminating the passengers and leaving only the crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it.
Yes, Franziska. Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? That suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edgeworth, you're posting that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. Other than the attendant, Miss Mayday. I asked her earlier, and she had this to say. Francisco got a car. Information on Miss Mayday. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required. A different one? Yes, the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Terraneo. And only you. What is this? What is this true, Miss Terraneo?
Yes, that key card I keep in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on. It's not there. Ah, I don't believe it.
What's wrong?
The key card, it's gone.
Very, very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen. In fact, you were just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through.
Wait, it's not like that. You could tell us about it went like you could tell us about it like down at the station. Officer, arrest that woman. Yes, ma'am. No, not Rhoda. Mr. Edgeworth. I didn't do it. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisca, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case, however. Hold it, don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't the courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. Wait until you do. What will you do, Mr. Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. So let's get down there. But first, let's take a slight break here. Oh, I didn't need the second save. Oopsies. Oopsie doodles. I didn't need a second save. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Please stretch. Get a snack, get something to drink, pet your kitty. Whatever you need to do to enjoy the rest of the show. And I will be back in a little bit. I just had a thought. It's very quiet. I probably should have put some music on or something while I was waiting, because I was like, oh wait, I'm a dum-dum. And I probably should have got something to drink too. Water's just about out. Wow, this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big. Guess what? There's a missing case.
This plane is a special model. It has both super large cargo hold and a ultra luxurious first class seating. So this is the real sign. I messed that one up. So this is the real scene of the murder.
I believe she has a German accent, but I don't think I'm very good at a German accent, so please don't hold it too harshly against me. This one, I'm not German at all, so I apologize if, you know.
There is certainly a high probability of which is why we are here, correct?
Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Yes, sure. The cargo hold is really big. I can't believe they fit stuff like that in here.
Detective, what are you going to do about what we're in the middle of this investigation here?
Whoa, stuff is falling on me. Oh, so I can't really get back to work without something like this happening first. Well, I guess I get to show off the road. So which item do you want to start on?
In this world, there's those who are masochistic and there is gumshoe.
I kind of like they gave him the new artwork in this game, because you don't really get this like side view of him. He's usually always front face, so that's kind of cool. I really appreciate that. I am a bit sad that he doesn't appear in any of the Apollo games, really. There's kind of like a thing, like I guess a flashback where they show him just for a brief second in one of the games, but that's all you get of Gumshoe. I don't know why he's like anywhere in those games. It's so weird. So that flight attendant, Rhonda Tenero, she is a killer, isn't she?
I don't think we can say that for sure yet. But there is certainly a great number of things pointing to us in that direction.
You mean like how she didn't tell us about her buying her own suitcase?
Yes, however, regard to the key card being stolen, I can't seem to find any evidence that she's lying about that.
Hey, what's with that suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir.
So the suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind we take a closer look.
There's nothing out of the ordinary here, sir.
Wait, a file.
And there's a photo of Miss Von Karmas in it, sir.
Looks like a profile on Francisca. Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Yeah, let's talk. I'm gonna talk to her immediately. Like, hey yo, you arrived at the scene of the crime before the detective Gumshoe, correct? Or you immediately began to direct the investigation? It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. Why at the airport? I've been following a very large and involved government-level internal crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So I was decided I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. So we added Chun-Li to to the roster. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret it's a top secret observation. So I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Can I present? No, I don't have. We just talked about the suitcase. Hey, Francisca, he has information on you for some reason. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable. Or, oh, this is Gumshoe. I'm sorry. I keep messing it up. This one says flammable. And this one says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Does that have anything to do with Maya, maybe? Nah, maybe not. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Oh, they don't do exorcisms. They call spirits, though. Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing. I'm not sure if they make this sound so obvious. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on the elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on and push it. The elevator's currently stopped on the floor, detective. They can't move. Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you push it now. Well, nothing would happen normally. Anyway, without a special key card. Both the door and attendants and the elevator control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for the passenger to come down here. Keeping track as many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look of his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy dog eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Edgeworth, open up a little. Come on, you're a bro. Stop being like evil, dude. You haven't been evil since maybe like the first case of the first game. So stop it. Stop it. I didn't know this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. This thing is as tall as two of you, on top of each other, sir. It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monster.
supposed to say monastery, but that's not what it is. It's monstrosity. Monstrosity. What, really? I guess it sounds like about right.
There's really no need to take a throwaway estimate seriously, detective.
Holy suitcases. Batman. Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair.
These must be the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company's planning to dispose of after this fight's over.
This paint shop is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy.
Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it would bring you so much happiness.
You think so? Maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200. I know, that's crazy. I've never bought a suitcase because I've never taken a flight, but $1,200 on a suitcase just sounds insane to me. In-frickin-sane. I think I'll pass.
And Miss Terraneo wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs to buy one.
Maybe 3. Maybe even 3. 'Cause I get paid crap. Let me tell you. When you work at a place for 9 years and you're only making minimum wage, 25 cents more than minimum wage, because they don't give you raises. Like if I had all the raises up to that point plus whatever, I'd be way better off. But no, I mean, no. That's not how it works. Not how it works.
A bunch of glass fragments.
Alright, did we get everything? Okay, that's done, that's done. That's done. Franziska, the cop. This is done. Door doesn't do anything. The key card, nope, nothing. The key card reader. Alright, is it logic time? Would profile on Franziska. I'm assuming glasses, shards, profile, Interpol. Unless one of these two go to one of the combined choices. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from the pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses?
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of the glass lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected.
So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir?
Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it's a bit early to draw conclusions. However, I believe that the probability is just skyrocketed considerably. All that is left to find the murder weapon. Okay, so they didn't have a combined choice. Okay. This is already what we did. Oh, well, let me speed through it. Okay. I didn't have a profile on her, did I? Oh, no, I do. Oh, good. Good. Now that, why would Mr. Hicks have documents on profiling Franziska? Oh, I know. I bet he was a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. But she only was doing... I'm good. Oh, Franziska, she's great. Now, I originally played this game when it came out. I have not played the second game yet, so when we get to that, it's going to be like 100%. I don't even know what's going on. This case isn't too bad so far. I have a feeling who I think it is, but I don't remember correctly, so I might be completely wrong. I think it might be Cammy, but not 100% on that. Franziska said she had come to this airport as a part of the let me start over. Yeah, because we've been playing the games before this was coming out. I kind of wanted to play the first case of the first game and then this whole first case, but the game was, I think, 2 months away at that point. So I played through the first two games. And then we're going to do these two, go back to the third, complete that out, go through all of Apollo's 3, and then the Great Ace. And then hopefully they release, I should say re-release, Phoenix and Layton's game. That'd be fantastic, because I have no way of capturing that at all. I do not have a 3DS capture, so that's not going to happen at any point unless they re-release it. Then that'd be fantastic. Oh, let's go. Well, if I would have to rate the characters, I would say it'd probably go Phoenix, Miles, Franziska, or maybe Phoenix, Miles, Gumshoe, Franziska, Maya, Pearls, Mia. Mia, then Maggie. Oh yeah, Maggie's good. But she isn't it too much because she's only like briefly there for the second game and then briefly for this one. So yeah, because if I thought the order would have been first game, this, second game, because Maggie's still with the police force at that point, and then
this, since Shelly's in the second game, I do at least know that. That would probably come after the second game. And then the third game. Unless I'm wrong about that, and these are taking place after the second and third, maybe. But, yeah. But I actually can't wait to play the second one. I've waited a long time. A long, long time. Oh, man. Okay. Franziska said she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard that she was coming here and followed her. Detective, I think that's more likely that Mr. Hicks was actually Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. If it's after, that's weird, because at the end of Justice for All, she quits to become a cafe worker. I don't know. That's why I thought it was before. Because I would assume she was security guard, moves up, and then meets, shoot, what's that cop's name? Dustin Prince. And then she quits and works in the cafe for trials. It doesn't matter. I don't really care the actual timeline for these two, but I just assumed it would have been before, because in the first case, Maggie's still with the police force. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found the profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him. He could have recognized you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you figured it out, Miles. But it looks like you've got to him first. You wouldn't have known that. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him in this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he landed. I've never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think now we should have plenty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But how did he get down here? What was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Yes. And she does that. Ow. Like, how do they let her run around with a whip? They do nothing about it. They don't try to take it from her, just let her beat the crap out of everybody. Nothing against Phoenix, but I'm surprised they didn't put her in the fighting game. Because she would make more sense because of the whip. Agent Hicks, or no, it's Francisca. Agent Hicks came here from a work-related reason of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate smuggling operation.
He was observing. Francisca, do you exactly know how he intended to pursue his investigation?
Oh, nice. I don't think I ever got to play Project X2. Did it even come out over here? I don't remember. I know the first one did. Oh well. Not like I could go back anyway because they shut down the 3D shop. So, 3DS shop.
Unfortunately, or no, unfortunately. Or not, Francisco. No, unfortunately. I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can access the cargo hold on their own.
I was wondering, how the heck did he get down here? Probably Cammy. Maybe. I don't know.
Agent Hicks must have identified him to a member of the crew, and then entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in,
And then smacked him with a suitcase or something.
Yes, and he was murdered here. These glass fragments or broken glasses are a testament of that, and then
Oh, that's nice if they actually. Yeah, that's cool. The last Soul Calibur game I played, I think, was it 5? I never got to play 6. I think it was 5. I definitely played 1 and 2 on Dreamcast. 3 was the Yoda. No, 4 was the Yoda one, right? And Darth Vader. I think so. I'm pretty sure I played 3 too. Or no, 2 was not on Dreamcast, was it? No. No, 2 is Link, Spawn, and it doesn't matter. If it was brown then, it might have been 5. Or 4. No, not 4. I don't know.
these glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put the Agent Hicks in one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator while they were riding up. The plane hit a patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling the contents everywhere. Which would explain why the money was scattered all over the elevator floor. Investigation complete. I think it's pretty easy to say the culprit is as this stage.
What, really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss I want to say, I almost put Rhonda in there. There's no N. Rhoda Terneo. Definitive evidence. If it was the crew member of any one of them, you could have showed Agent Hicks the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person who has such a high level access is Rhonda Terneo.
And someone could have just stole that crap out of her locker if she doesn't have a lock on it. So let's just not even...
I'd say it's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that.
Alright, ma'am.
it!
Let's just press this one. That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Melee. Or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider. Prop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there. Oh, why are you so... Then you hit him. Yeah. I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe always needs a guiding hand. He's not that dumb. At least, I don't know, they don't really show him to be that. I don't know. Very well. Then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Melee? Or Mealy? Meal. I don't know. I'm just saying Melee, just... Isn't it 2 E's? I forget. Ha, I thought you might ask about her. But the point to keep in mind that the key card, why am I even rereading that?
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the key card was stolen from Miss Terraneo.
Objection!
It was highly likely. It's that possibility that the best can come up with. It was most likely stolen. And you call yourself a disciple of my father. Yes, Will, but I don't have any evidence of it. Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing out Miss Rhoda Terraneo. You know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon? The Captain Hugo Piggy Bank? Yes. She is the only person with the key to open the display case. Well, it should have broken out because the glass was on the outside. I don't think she's ever mentioned the glass not being on the inside, so let's press first.
Hold it!
Objection!
But that's the fake. Stop it right there, Mazel Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon? Where did it go? Well, we'll probably find out very soon enough. Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't have any autopsy results yet. How can you not say that you've made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on the Agent Hicks' head was consistent with a murder weapon? Scruffy. Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks' autopsy. Eek, yes, sure. We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He hurt you? What is it, detective? They're still doing an autopsy,
But they said that they already know one thing for sure. Report now. The doc said it was one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area. Well, I say maybe a sign of the killer had a grudge against Mr. Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? You should know what that means. Well, that's, was a wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon detector. Oh, well, they said they're still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. Come on, he did what he asked you. He asked you to call him, and then you go and whip him. You're being mean, Francisco. You really are. Sir, I told you already. You can't go down there. No, remove yourself out of my way. I'm not sure who's talking right now. What is all that racket? Oh, this guy, okay. My luggage, my cargo. They're mine. I demand you return them to me. We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand you have to wait. You have a little patience. I suppose there's no choice. Finally, I think he gave. Hey, what are you? Oh, he's not a puncher. You have left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah! You won't get past me. This is. Wait. Or hold on. This is. Wait. That's it. So what made this whole thing was about? Further, there is the matter of the key of display of the case held the murderous bank. After all you know, we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. The doc said one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Is the cause of death and weapon couldn't be found? Ooh. Weapon couldn't be found. Cause of death. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why the extensive bruising over such a wide area. But that isn't really correct conclusion to draw from the evidence. The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is too small to cause that death. Therefore, the murder weapon is something far bigger. What couldn't be found the size of a weapon, maybe? So I don't think it'd be smuggling. Smuggling's not hurting somebody. In a physical way, at least.
Oh, cool. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles any sort. Weapon of sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, there's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska,
What do you want?
I found it, Franziska. I found your real murder weapon.
You did? He really jumped.
We didn't even realize until now, but the answer has been right here in front of us the whole time.
He might be hurt. We should go check on him, sirs. We're like not even listening.
Alright, friends, let's go. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. This is coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Yeah, she whips everyone. It don't matter.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't even listening at all, are you?
No, they're not.
They're not.
Then come, show me what the real murder weapon you speak of.
Well, we have to examine what's under these things, right?
I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish. Reasoning for a foolish fool. From a foolish fool. Meant to fool me.
She finally went into the fool thing.
What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show?
Because we have to look under the tarps.
Perhaps I phrased that as which caused H.'s death. Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused H.'s death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what the real cause of death.
Free fall, right? Because suffocation don't make any sense because he was hit, and strangulation don't make any sense because that's usually around the neck, and he was hit in the back of the head at some point, whether it be before or after death, and his back is all messed up, so it should be free fall.
The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death was free falling to the ground. He fell to his death. Yes, this is the only possibility. The victim has
He's not in his mind anymore.
The victim has an extensive bruising all over his back, of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murderer happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that he fell someplace from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, he has been right in front of us this entire time. You can't mean. Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs, from this very cargo hold.
Oh, did he just go down the stairs? Just the stairs. What?
Then,
We're in trouble. We may be a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet. Why are you screaming? I don't really have a consistent voice for him. He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It is not a possibility that the Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's possibly given the circumstances, the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? I suppose if a large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time, what wouldn't happen then? He would have been a Borgian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't be breathing. But this reality, that the cargo box is there. So there is a point to entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. Sorry, reading out loud sometimes is like, I know that word, and then I say it completely wrong, and I'm like, oh, now I feel so stupid. I know that word. I know how to say it too. I guess because I don't normally read out loud, and playing through the games, it clearly shows that I don't do that very often. So reading out loud normally to people might make me seem more dumber than I'm actually am when I say something completely wrong. Maybe that's normal. I'm not sure. But I definitely don't have the experience of reading out loud to people. Definitely do not. But I guess doing something like not in my wheelhouse it's been okay. It's been all right. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. As if you could have been in the window of been a window in time when a giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What could I show her that is a possibility the box was not always there until now? Would it be this one? Oh, it does say refueling to Zang. Ah, go back. Refueling at Zangfa. I'm just gonna go with it.
Take that!
You refueled at the Republic of Zangfa? Yes, this flight had a short layover to Zangfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred to the plane at the time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what was next to the box in question. It's labeled Zangfa Express. Or was that just Francisco a second ago? Crap. I'm sorry. I'm doing that too. I'm like continuing because I don't see the name sometimes written there, and I'll just keep continuing with the same person. And that's something I need to fix, but it you know, correct. The meaning it was loaded into the plane in Zangfa. Now, what if the box in question was loaded on at the same time? It would mean that the box was not at the cargo hold in time. Europe, during Europe, Zangfei leg of the flight. Wait, where did they fly from? Because if the Zangfa is in Europe, where did they? Because this is supposed to be in America, apparently. I know that it's probably not in the Japanese version, but kind of wondering where was he? Was he just somewhere else in Europe and then they went? But I'm assuming they're back home because Gumshoe is here. See, I've never actually taken a flight, so I don't know how far you would fly, then refuel, and then fly again. Because I don't have any experience with that. I can only assume from what I've seen from movies, but I don't know. They usually don't really show an entire flight on a movie, so. Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. But your theory is still very far-fetched. Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Begin investigation. Oh, hold on. Can I talk to... Yes, sure. Cause of death. Man, I can't believe Mr. Hicks fell to his death. I never would have guessed in a million years. That's what only a hypothesis, however. The investigation should have proved it to be true. Speaking of falling, I'm glad the art guy's okay. He took quite a spill. I wonder how he fell, because if he was going toward... Could he bounced off the officer? I'm not sure, because he did take a defensive stance. He was just like, I'm out. Or maybe he made it the dumbest punch ever, and then was like, kind of like a hook, and then like went right over the rail. I'm not sure. Yes, he was lucky to have landed on top of that piece of cargo. Yeah, I can just see it now. Passenger pays the price for police foul-up. Did the prosecutor at Edgeworth add fuel to the fire for the first murder with the second death? Yep, I'm willing to bet that it'd make the front page.
That's not funny, detective.
Okay. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Aleph red statue. Aleph. Leaf. I don't know the language of origin of this word, so it's like, Alif? Aleph? Olef? It doesn't matter. Red statue. Never heard of it. Nor I. But I care about as if I can. But I care as if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Then let's get investigating, sir. Sheep, scissors, eye, tree, leaf, exclamation point, question mark, light, beetle, Hadoken, prey or duck, exclamation point. Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. They don't want to steal your crap. Don't rush up on me like that, pal.
So this belongs to LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him.
Hold on, before I talk to you, I'm gonna do another gumshoe real quick. Yeah, sure. Okay. LeBlanc's cargo. I take it that large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course. I'm about to do gumshoe. Nope, don't do that.
Of course it's mine. I shipped it from a piece of art from Europe. This Aleph red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much more. This is the month's reason for choosing this plane must have been a large cargo of gold. 10 million cents? I suggest you try stop calculating how many packets of noodles that makes, detective. Darn. How'd you know that? How did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow... Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have a distinct impression that he continues to magically spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is that 10 million cents? Is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference in our case? Mr. LeBon, is there a chance that the cargo is related to this? There's a chance that the cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It's a very large value piece of art. So no, there will be no touching. Well, why don't you do it? Why don't you like open it up for us and look at it? So you do all the touching. Or if it's in a box, how would it be? Let's go up here real quick. He would probably hit the side, so he got probably pushed harder to make that bruise. Or if that box isn't there at the time, you would have to wonder what was under here. Did he hit these boxes? Who knows? Alright. Do you have anything for us? If I may have a word with you, Francisca. I don't think I have the time for idle chatter. Still, you still need to prove me your hypothetical situation is, in fact, a reality. Okay, so she does not have a little thing like Gumshoe does. And why? If you spot anything off, come and tell me right away, okay? Oh, that's Gumshoe. If you spot anything off, you come and tell me right away, okay, pal? Roger, sir. It's rather unusual for Gumshoe to be so direct. He must outrank this officer. But if you run in any trouble, you just leave it up to me, okay? Yes, sir. Watch out, Detective Gumshoe. Ow. Scruffy, I think your ego needs some deflating. I was only following your footsteps, sir. I want to try patronizing my subordinates. Cruel and unforgiving to the detective, even in front of his own subordinate. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. One says flammable. Oh, this one says flammable, and the other one says pharmaceuticals. This is the same thing I said before. Why is it unchecked? This one says for exorcisms. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? That's so weird. He unchecked that if it's the exact same thing here. Oh, I just love. Yeah. Let's get through this. I cannot. Okay, we'll just. That's so weird. They won't let you skip through it, even though it's the exact same. The leftover suitcases here sit lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad that Miss Terneo, but this design is unremarkable. I'd buy one if it was cheaper, sir. Do you think they'd sell it to me at a discount? No, they're probably going to destroy it. Because companies, at least the one I work for, will not give away anything free. They'd rather throw it away.
before they give anything to anyone, which is weird, but it is what it is. Oh, or why don't they sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. Or if you win a raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir? I think if they did that, everyone would lose. You're probably right. Alright, do I show you something? Oh, I didn't mean gumshoe. Oh, here we go. What exactly is an extremely valued piece of art, sir? It's like the stuffy earthly stuff. Ugh. It's like the stuff you see at a country fair. Somehow I get the impression that it's worth a lot more than you can comprehend. So this thing is worth more than I can imagine, huh? Whoop. Kinda makes me want to try collecting expensive art. Collecting expensive art? Interesting. It seems there are people out there on the basis of Mr. LeBlanc. Or, I said basis, besides Mr. LeBlanc, who know the true value of art. Huh? Are you talking about me, sir? Of course not. Where did you get an idea like that? Did I get anything new in here? Not really. Or an autopsy report, maybe. Detective Gumshoe, this is... Oh, that's for me? Oh, you shouldn't have, sir. But I gotta take anything you want to give to me. Hands off, detective. This item is related to the case. Oh, so, what did you want to ask me about? Forget I asked, detective. I guess that says I don't know any, or I don't have anything to say about this statement. Which is weird because we're kind of hearing it's right there. I guess I do that for LeBlanc, probably. Oopsies. Why did you show me something of no value? Show me something, or show me the bread. First, maybe we'll talk. Wait, he wants me to pay him before he'll comment on this? Okay, that's not it either. Alright. Do I have to do logic puzzle? Smuggling a value piece of art. That would make sense to me, but I'm not 100% sure if that's what it is. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, it is possible this fake statue is brought on board in Zangfa. I think I need to question a bit further. Perfect. Fake statue. You know what, I was thinking about this. It might not be 100%. But with this character design, it feels more like Professor Layton's style of art characters. But I don't remember when Layton came out. I think it was way after these games came out. I think it was after Apollo too. Or, well, at least most of the Apollo games. I'm not saying that they directly copied anything from that, but I'm saying the design looks like the characters from that game. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say my art is a fake? I suspect your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have a
certification of my cargo right here. What do you mean a cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why don't you just say that earlier? Please show us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? I can't read it either because it's too pixelated. It says plain as day, the cargo was put into the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. No, that's... Which means there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see that I'm right. Oh, that's the statue in the photo. Okay. This. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Alif Red. Not very red. It gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. Or else, Gumshoe, I'm sorry. It gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. This statue is in high amounts of historic value. After this unveiled at the museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. I believe a closer look is warranted here. This is the infamous Aleph Red statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There is something wrong with this picture, and we should examine it in more detail. Alright, hold on. Can I look at my stuff now? What's different about it? Eye color? Eye color... Teeth look the same-ish? Yeah, let's go with eye color. Or gem color, whichever you want to say. Is this somehow connected with any of the evidence I read? Eureka! 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 These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty. That reminds me of the sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do. But I really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, memory. Or, wrong guy. Ah, the memories. I can remember standing out in the field spinning with my arms out until I fell ill. Oh, you don't want to do that, dude. Ugh. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Sir, they're red. As I thought, the statue is a fake. Or maybe the other statue's a fake. That could also be a thing, too. But in this case, it's probably most likely this is the fake. Because if there's a smuggling ring going on, that makes more sense. Mr. LeBlanc, what do you want? Do you not know who I... Do you not know I'm a busy man? I'll allow you 2 seconds for your answer. Dolly Ferret, I suppose your pride and joy is it not? It's the biggest trophy in the European trip. Of this European trip.
Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like it's going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but... What is that? Sympathy for what? You see, I'd like to compare the eyes. That large fellow is very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us, and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then, oh! The photo of the statue in this, the photo in the statue displayed in this museum in Europe. Wow! Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. This animation. I believe even further examination will be required. Now I've confirmed that this indeed is a fake. There must be some sort of photo, or some sort of proof that it was on board in Zhangfa. I will present you that evidence to resolve and remaining contradiction. Oh, I gotta, ooh, oh. Ooh, where would the, where would the, So I gotta deduce it with evidence. So what evidence would make it? Would it also be, crap. There we go. Not sure if it's this one or not. Because since it's just a picture of the area. I don't know 100% if it's that one. I would. Ooh, there's statues there too. Ooh, okay. Fake piece, ship for Blanc. Not worth a cent. Not alone 10 million. The jewels on the eye sockets. They were made to look just like real gems. So you mean they aren't real? You really think that forgeries would waste that kind of money on a replica? I guess not. Oh, just got a really great idea. You can probably find some rocks down by the river I can polish up to look like real jewels. I think I'll try that out and give one to Maggie as a present next time. I wonder if he's serious. I wonder if I should try to stop him if he is. Okay, is there anything on here that would determine its origin? Because I don't see like a made in, you know. Is there anything else to examine on this? That's probably the logical thing I should do. It's looking like a no, just the eyes. Okay. anything about the cargo. At least from what I see. This looks like kind of like an Aztec statue, maybe. If I'm in the ballpark, maybe not. Maybe I don't know. But this is supposed to be in Europe. Here. What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping over. The statue, or that's Gumshoe. The statue looks like it's stepping all over the place. Its neighbor's cloth over cover. It kind of resembles the owner's attitude in the sense, ho ho. You, what did you say it said now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Oh, Edgeworth. Darn it. Why should I forgive the dress passes? Unless it's expensive dress. You keep it. Alright, I'm assuming this, because this means it was put on top of that.
Eureka!
There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo over getting stuck under another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be that way, but the statue is on the top of the cloth, supposing that its neighbor piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhangfa. There's no way any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that the fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhangfa. But then about the cargo certificate. Let me ask in return. What about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why: to secure proof of the smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight.
We could have just easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until the plane landed, but he has a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. I suppose he found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, suspicion would have naturally fallen into the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove it was statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there's someone involved in who's forging or modifying the cargo certificates. Investigation complete. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to be nabbed, huh? Yes, while this photo you can see nothing more than a simple souvenir. It is in fact to be used as reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had secured proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. Rather empty one that, right before the fake statue could have loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valued piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, he had to hold Zhang Fa cargo crew unrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not on the cargo hold during the Europe Zhang Fa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer, move this statue immediately. I want to go through the examination floor underneath now. Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. Or go on. After moving that red statue out of the way, we tested the area under with luminol, and there was a reaction. I see. There was a reaction to luminol, and an indication that there was blood in that spot. Ah. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it appears to appear that way. The culprit cleaned up the blood as well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood? It's an evidence? Oh boy.
Take that!
Awesome. It seems obvious, but you know, sometimes the obvious might not actually be it. Sometimes. The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see they had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zhangfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zhangfa? There is no other conceivable timeline for events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zhangfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Melees. Recall Miss Mealy's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard when we departed Zhang. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. She claims that Agent Hicks was alive at the time the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Mealy herself. She's secretly a killer bee. Which, if that's the case, then that's kind of funny that they did that. Did I put it in 2 again? Why do I keep doing that? I don't need the second save. Miss Mealy. Miss Mealy. Oh god. Do you recall what you said earlier about when you answered some service calls we were departing from Zhengfa? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before ever touching down in Zhengfa. Oh. Miss Camille. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. No one could make the mistake so large, Miss Meal. But I make kind of a boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving the contradiction, or this contradiction. Very well, Miss Mead. If you please tell me about your alibi during the time span. Just before we were land 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Damn. No, yeah. From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. Oh yeah. From 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. How am I supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Mia, wake up! She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Would I press her on these or her normal ones?
Hold it!
Hold it! So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think I just popped in to say hi. So what should I do? Should I raise an objection? Of course. That's what this is about. Raising objections. Tell them, no, you shook. Miss Mealy, you are clear the contradiction embedded in your testimony.
What are you talking about? I don't know if she's still sleeping though. Oh yeah.
It is not possible that you were alone in the attendance room at the whole time from 5 to 6.
Probably her shoes. Oh yeah. She bought it and took it to the thing.
Take that!
I wonder if you could be so kind to take a look at this receipt, Miss Mealy.
Is it Mealy?
I don't know. It don't matter. It's for the suitcase that Miss Terranero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40. It's Miss Terranero.
Yes. Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you had to lock her up by now.
I requested that she be present for the witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Terraneo, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip to the first class down to the first flight. His shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which, I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Amelia there at the time?
No.
So, Miss Amelia, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.?
In a cupboard sleeping.
Miss Cammy Mealy.
Huh? The bathroom.
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I was probably dismissed her. Nature calls, you know.
Do you really take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue this sage.
You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a second chance to hear me out? Oh, you want to say another one, huh?
The reason for suspicion.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm the one of the crew. But you think, then, maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda, too. There's one in charge of the elevator key and that shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Terraneo out of the conversation, and only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering me for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course, I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda, actually, I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now's the time for a short talk. Or, now's not the time for this short talk. Reason for suspicion.
You are one of the crew, that's true. She's not off the hook 100%, but you were kind of missing. You could have just took it. Makes you just as suspicious because you weren't there, and who knows. Miss Neely, this is very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus. There you go, pushing everything onto her again. I don't get what you're saying. It must be really abstract concept, huh?
The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head. Alright, I gotta press something here. Or percent. Oh.
Hold it!
And what do you say? And what are you in charge of, Miss Mealy? I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
Oh, but I spend so much time in there. I might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Kim is very talented in languages. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Virginian. She is the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what's in charge of? Why didn't you say that in the first place? Didn't she not translate it earlier? If I'm correct. And then he was like, no, I can just speak English. I'm pretty sure that happened.
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Virginian.
She's fluent in Virginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Virginian.
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Virginian.
Very interesting.
This is new. I'm in charge of all the attendance room and some Virginian stuff. Alright, what about this?
Objection!
Oh, really? Can you explain it to me, sir?
Certainly it's quite...
Miles Edgeworth, how can you ignore a witness like this? Because she's fallen asleep yet again. Oh, that was not right.
I'm sorry, Francisca. Miss Mealy, please wake up.
Good morning. And what is that statue?
it!
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff?
I do like things like translate things into Borginian. Cammy's the only member of the crew who understands Borginian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Melee, I take it your job is to process all Borginian paperwork?
Yeah. I see a total... Why is it totally... Trying to tongue twister me, huh? Yeah, I totally pulled my weight around here.
So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her a few more details about her work and Miss Melee, it's very unlikely to push suspicion on someone else.
That's what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus.
Okay, we did this. Alright.
Usually the new line is the one that's
The one I need to smash ahead.
Objection!
translate it. So you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct? Oh yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borginia for a while.
Is that the case? Then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of document with only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Mealy.
She doesn't have a reaction one?
Without participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not occur. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you. Oh god.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep
On you, Mr. Edgeworth. This is exactly as you say. Are you confessing you have participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. The truth that I was the one who signed off on that document. But I can't use the fact alone to make your allegations of the smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. I'll have my signature on the piece of paper. Really? Is that all you signed? All you did was sign it? I neglected to check the cargo. Had loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that. It seems that she finally woke up. This is going to be one tough fight, I suppose. And this is just supposition. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw a charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. But Agent Hicks was in the middle of the investigation regarding the smuggling ring. Just then, she was about to close in. He was killed by a member of that ring.
Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is smuggling the ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. Perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I was talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now Miss Terraneo, who is under the microscope. It's never the first person, so we know it's you. It's never the first person. It seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe she was indeed to be intended target from the very beginning. I believe the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. And the evidence will prove my suspicion. This proves that the killer was out of frame, Miss Terraneo, from the very beginning. Ooh, do I have that evidence? I'm pretty sure I do, but... criminals are force, trauma, back of the head, remarks, great speed, excessively beaten, and the upper half of his back. I think it may be this one. She put them in the case, and it was her design.
Take that!
They could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body from the lower floor to the deck of the first floor. However, why go through all the trouble to do so? She looks like out of her mind now. The only way of all these actions make sense. As if the killer wanted to frame Miss Terraneo for the murder. Miss Terraneo buys a suitcase on every flight she works, without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, she would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killers, the turbulent part at the end of the plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made whoever it was had adapted the plan and tried to frame me as I lay conscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went and hid the suitcase in the in-flight shop and then brought the piggy bag back to the elevator in order to fabricate false weapons. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That's because of special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What was the special circumstances that dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? Where the murder took place, when the murder took place, who the murder victim was. Where the murder took place. The very special circumstance is simply that the murder took place in the plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances of the body being found is very high. Therefore, there's no choice but to frame either Miss Terranerio or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Terranerio or myself, but you, Miss Camineri. Only you, and you alone, could be the killer. And? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. She has pupils now. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. I can see the outline of the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And there isn't a piece of evidence still accounted for. Something that is, I can still quite fit in the picture. Oh, wait. I thought I was going to pick it, and I was like, no!
Take that!
I haven't used this yet, so it must be it. I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle in this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that was the victim's cell phone, Franziska. You were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with him? Precisely. I suspect that if they were to find the phone, it could lead us to the killer. Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't the phone break as well? Eh, maybe not. If it was in a place where it was not where the impact, it would probably be fine. We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Oh, she's gonna call it. Agent Hicks' phone's ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, Detective. Now where's it coming from? Oh, I had to. I'm like, huh. Notice anything? Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like a cell phone's in the flight attendant's room, sir. Indeed, we should retrieve it at once. Miss Bailey, wake up. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I got sleepy all of a sudden because this sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child. What? No, I better find this cell phone fast. Mr. Edgeworth. Don't worry. Don't worry, Miss Terraneo. I'll get to the bottom of this and find the truth. So please, wait here until I return. Alright, thank you for all you're doing, Mr. Edgeworth. It sounds like it's coming from the flight attendant's room. I agree. Please don't hang up until let me find it first. That's fine. But just get one thing straight. Don't ruin my battery. What are you doing? Don't you dare answer the phone when you find it. Understand? I understand. You don't want to pay for them to call. Oh, it's that far back? That kind of.
Sounds like the phone's up to the...
We better hurry to the fight room, sir. I'm just gonna examine everything just in case.
The elevator is inoperable right now. The ring is coming from the tennis room. I'm upstairs.
I was wondering if they're gonna be like, you idiot, why won't you go to the thing?
We have determined the real crime scene is... We have determined the real crime scene is here. All that's left is to catch the killer.
Okay, nothing. Nothing like, you ignored the phone. You did it. The ring is coming from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it.
It's probably right there in the trash, but it doesn't seem like the phone got mixed up with the items in the lost and found pile. But it's not like the victim just dropped it in somewhere, right, sir?
I wonder if it might be inside the suitcase.
I don't hear any sounds coming from inside, sir.
I don't suppose the culprit would have been dumb as to try the same trick twice. It doesn't seem to be over here.
Let's look somewhere else, sir. Is it not in the trash can? What is that red box then?
This is emergency control panel for the elevator.
The switch is currently set to first floor open, which means that's right. It just stopped at the first floor with the doors wide open. Yes, I'm trying to absolutely do everything before I go to it. I'm sorry if the bell is annoying. Oh, shoot. Okay, why? The ring is coming from in here, sir.
What? It can't be.
This has to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Miss Terraneo's.
What? What if I messed up by checking her locker first? So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Were you able to find the phone?
I found in the flight attendant's room in Miss Terraneo's locker.
What? But
Rhoda Terraneo.
I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's on Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Terraneo right away.
Objection!
Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the key card. When the killer went to steal the card, they were convincingly stashed the cell phone in Miss Terraneo's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the key card, alright? In the same way, we have zero proof that the killer just did that.
Yeah.
The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is one bird I cannot ignore.
What should I do? Francisca's right. I can't offer baseless conjecture at this point. Alright then. Why don't the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something to do with very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What was that now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. I just have to figure out why the killer took the phone. What?
Inside the phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that points us to our killer. We need to examine this phone for more detail.
It's indeed smashed. Got a camera.
Ah, there's a camera lens. It's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, what exactly was Agent Hicks planning on to preserve the crime scene of smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures?
Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir.
It looks like a very similar model to my own.
Yeah, yours is blue or his is red.
And mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures of evidence of his smuggling case? And if so, I'd say there would be some very inconvenient photos of our killer smuggler.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
No.
I gotta find a way to... Don't worry about that.
Oh, may I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens inside and out are broken, that's for sure. But that's also the reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Franziska? It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. His phone rang when I called it, meaning that the LCD screens are broken. It's possible the photos are still inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Franziska, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This. Agent Hicks most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for a smuggling case.
Hey, that Alif Red's nowhere in this picture.
But that's no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
She's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir.
Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo we can use?
I don't know.
What is all this?
Oh, they're a cargo ship from Virginia to Zhengfa.
So there's a reason they aren't. So there's a reason they aren't here now. Is that where they're dropped off in Zhengfa? Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of those boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One customer box is written in Virginian. It says duck, key, scissor, leaf, eyeball, Hadoken. It's cloth in English. Cloth. Could it be? Is that where the killer? What? What is that scary face? Miss Mealy. Yes. It appears that the Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece of that point who his killer is. Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force mistaking reading of simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. The Borginian cargo and the piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer.
Take that!
A cloth? And was that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilled. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? Now we finally have an answer. This very photo. The cargo was unloaded into Zhangfa, had a cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And where the killer grabbed the piece from the cleanup with blood. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits the description is you, Miss Cammy, maybe. Huh, that's pretty flimsy. The killer's probably searched through the boxes, looking at something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the boxes are in English or Borginian.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There's no need for the killer to tear through the boxes at random at all. If the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box. Precisely. And the bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? What are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box of sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that horse is a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhangfa. That's right. That's what his Borginian cloth was used. And only Borginian reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Kamimini. You and you alone. Mwah! It would be very easy for you to confirm any of the boxes were resealed. All you would have to do is contact Zhangfa authorities in time. We may find another evidence incriminating our killer with those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meany? Why not confess your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait to see what we find out from our investigate in Zhangfa? Marvelous! He was in Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I could be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. I pushed him.
right over. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Before we even approach the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit murder all of a sudden. One thing for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No. I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it'll serve you well. Remember, here at GoU Airlines, you're always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. I must bid you farewell. May all the skies be blue, no matter where you go. I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. Boy, it was fun. Speak for yourself, my day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Franziska? Oh, she's found out some custom paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Caro's really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective. Can you cancel the car that I reserved earlier? You got it, sir. Franziska. I thought I told you when you first landed, I have no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since last we met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscence. Just who do you think I am? You, Franziska von Karma, very proud prosecutor, deserving of much respect. Until now, a while ago, it was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Harriet living her life as the name fame. Her invincible father, Bill. True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. Remember, Phoenix Wright beat him, remember? What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me.
Oh, another agent.
He's a star among Interpol agents. He has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose, but I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, I can be sure to pay you back in full. And just like that, she's gone, sir. Thank goodness. We can finally easily rest knowing that I won't have to watch her out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all the help and cooperation. Oh, it's nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. Ho ho. I think I'm going to celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. I just know much. Would you come as Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective, safety first. Thus I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca Montama, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this wall. They should begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally, I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Ooh, who is this? Horsebird? Mr. Amano? Ernest Amano? Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather all sudden, but I can't ask you to ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. Ernest Amano. I don't know if I remember. I don't know if I remember that. Yeah. Hell yeah, let's save. We did it, we did it, we did it. What time is it? Oh, it's midnight already. Damn. Time flies when I'm playing this game, I'm telling you. And any others. It's just like, oh, it's a 5.5 hour stream already, and it didn't even feel like 5.5 hours. Not at all. Not in the least bit. Unfortunately, I will have to end the stream right now, because if I go any further, it'll be 5 in the morning, because it's already midnight. So I will see you guys Friday for the next stream, and we'll do episode 3. The Kidnap Turnabout. Alrighty, guys. Peace.